Hi. Hello, chat. I hope everyone has read the title. Of the stream and is well aware of the fact that it is now a Yorion free zone. You are days late for your stream, I understand. Clickbait title. No, 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 no. No clickbait. No clickbait this time. It was clickbait the first time, but I just understood that the Folklore Yorion deck sucks. And I bet if we had access to Magic Online win rates, it would have between 35 to 36% win rate. Maybe 48. Feels really good when it comes together. And then you're chasing that high, but your 80 cards can never give you the same good draw twice in a row. Did I win? I did not win. I got into the top 16th in the tournament. As you might or might not know, chat, I was away for the weekend. I was playing in Polish Nationals, which was a tournament in Krakow. Consisting of Modern and Drafterinos. Neon Dynasty Drafterinos. Awkwardly on the New Capenna pre-release weekend, but it's a bit weird, but well, too bad. It happened this way because the New Capenna was actually shifted a week. It dominated the showcase though. It did. It did. But I've been that loop many times. Like obviously, it is not a deck incapable of winning matches and even tournaments. But just for myself, if looking at it honestly, no copium, I think I would probably have many more percentage points in my win rate if I have been playing different decks. Which also seem to rank true when I actually played other decks. Right on stream, Living End, Blue Red. So at Nationals, I played Elementals. Yorion Elementals. Went 2-4 in 6 rounds of Modern. Yeah, roughly this. I played, 4 Coatl. Played second Endurance main. Forvel. Blasters 9 of Atom. Why won't you sell Yorion and delete this deck? I'll keep the other cards as they might be useful, but good idea. 4 Yorions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Trade. Bro, tell us your spiciest SNC brews. A deck that I'm actually interested in trying post New Capenna is Reanimator. I don't have a list yet, but You have a list? Show list, yeah. What about Pioneer Yorion? Not gonna play that. Tainted Indulgence and Reanimator sounds miles better than Faithless Salvaging. Faithless Mending, not Salvaging. As you get card advantage. Have I seen the second place deck from Saturday's Pioneer Challenge? 5 color Is It Yorion Fires? Very spicy. I haven't, but we're gonna look at the challenges in a second. But chat, clip this as make sure to clip this Yorion selling, as I will never be playing Yorion again in Modern, and this is the ultimate proof. As you see, I'm getting rid of them so that I can't even play them if I would want to. Got 30 seconds. Tickets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I sell my Yorions. They're gone. Modern. 4 color Yorion, delete. 4 color Yorion, time warping 2, delete. 4 color Yorion, archmaging, delete. 4 color Yorion, archmaging, not ragavanning, delete. 4 color Yorion, the bases, delete. Big elementals, delete. Yorion metagamed, delete. How will you play Legacy Blue Zenith? I will not. Yorion, delete. Brought back Ursa Yorion? No, delete. PTL time warping, 80 cards, delete. Budget elementals, no delete. Kiruda ramp, based. Mono red breach, interesting. Red black scam. Oh, this deck was poor. Delete. We are purging chat. Abzan Lantern, base. Affinity, okay. Amulet, the optimal boss schedule list, yeah. Base Murktide, yeah. Belcher, haven't seen this deck in a while. Burn. Let's keep Burn, sometimes I have the strong desire to play it. Deadly Dispute, blue-black turns. I can keep it, maybe I'll open it in like a year from now and we'll go, wow. Lightning Grease base. Prison Throne. Keep. Blue-red Breach. The Synthesizer, delete. Grixis GDS Kaido, keep. Murktide, delete. Hammer Outfitter. Probably would need to net deck a new Hammerless as is from before. Stuff. John Star Super. This is effectively a Yorion deck. Delete. Living Air Otawara, add to favorites. Magda Changelings, based. Neoform Affinity, sure. Powerful Throne. Not sure about the nomenclature. Red Black Burgi. I think this deck did not get anywhere. I tried to do some interesting stuff with it and failed to. For it to make sense. Red Black Daily Dispute Breach. That's the same deck. Reality Chip Hammer. I need a hammer again if I build hammer again. Shacks all spells. Let's keep it. Probably like not the most optimal list now because like the masterminds who keep working on this made some changes, but it's only one Narcomoeba. One Narcomoeba, is that okay? One Narcomoeba. I guess if you can win with the Oracle too, then it's less necessary. Special Summoning Grizzlebrand, base. Tameshi combo. Delete. That is not only bad, but also annoying. Those damned Charm Rhinos. I cut the charms from them. And I don't have no sideboard. Delete. Transformational Giruda. Have we built this or net decked it? We are special summoning Grizzlebrand paper. I wish you luck. Are you doing it right now? One thing that I wonder about, chat, is the Polish the Nationals yesterday was won by a MTGO and Twitch chat user Xerk 4. I think it's Xerk 4 in the chat and Xerk on Magic Online. And he plays almost solely Yawgmoth. And he won with Yawgmoth. I'm kind of wondering if this deck is maybe just secretly kind of great because it's been getting solid results all around. And frequently I queue with a deck into Yawgmoth thinking that my matchup is gonna be great. Like I lose first time, lose the second time, then the third time, and I'm wondering how do I get so unlucky all the time, but maybe it's not the unluckiness. Yawg also won 2 challenges, yeah, exactly. Luzerito, thank you very much for the sub. Cancer guy won a modern challenge with Yorion though. Yeah, but once. And on average I would have won many more. I would have won 2 challenges at least if I played Blue Red or Living End only. And Yawgmoth has won more than one challenge, right? And that's also this feeling whenever I play against this deck. It's not like there is just openings that even as a four color, like you think, oh yeah, I have Solitude and Fury, how can I lose to the monsters? But there is some draws where they just go Strangleroot Geyser to kill their dog, and you feel like you can't win on that spot. They follow up with a Greaser and Evolution, and they very frequently do, and then like feel on a no outer from turn 2. Ephemerate Solitude is a strong tool against them, but Grease is very good at fighting stuff. I think Yawgmoth is a deck I should work on a bit to play with. I always underestimate it and I always shit talk it, and I always, people come ask the Yawgmoth fans, oh yeah, Canister, will you play a bit more of Yawgmoth? I like when you do this. And I say, no, I don't play shit decks. As I queue 80 medium interactive cards with Yorion into a league again, I say, no, I don't do that shit. I don't play weak decks like that. Yawgmoth's a fine deck. I don't think it's as good as the best decks. Maybe, but I think it is worth playing a bit with it. How about Yorion Yawg? Well put, yeah. Blue-White Wolfto Fapa. That's funny. Assuredly it's better than the fucking Yorion. Because you can win with it. Teach a new class today. Congrats. Anvil Saga. The fake CI, I could say. Like KCI but fake. It even has the same sideboard. What's Wish Creativity? I was casting Wish to Scape Shift. It was not so good. I remember the deck that didn't feel that great. There's some awkwardness in trying to ramp towards Primal Titan with and Valakut with Strike the Rich. Strike the Riches in your deck. It's not necessarily the best. Folklore really seems like a scam, but Gab is kind of moving in the opposite direction of opinion. That is because the good draws of Folklore are really enticing and they look really strong. And when everything lines up, when you're on the play and when you answer your opponent's cards while drawing every single time perfectly, it is addicting. But I think the cap on Folklore's win rate is really quite low. And I, slowly was kind of realizing that, but then I was lots of the time, and many times I was beginning to realize that, but then I was drawn back in when I 4-1 the league, and I was like, yeah, like if I only had one more Force of Negation against this Belcher opponent, I almost won. Damn, bro. And I just destroyed this Hammer guy with Ephemerate so much. And I spent half a year pitching Solitudes, ephemerating Solitudes, triggering Reef, then casting Iterations, then casting Ragavans, then casting Coatls, then having 4 Spreading Seas when it was good against no decks in my deck. It's really crazy, the lengths to which the human mind can get scammed. And then, this weekend, again, I played a Yorion deck. You don't keep track of statistics with decks? I do not know. I always said to cat Spreading Seas, PogChamp. You knew. So yeah, I played in the tournament this weekend. I played 6 rounds of Modern. What did I play against? First round, Baron, Goblin guy in turn 1 on the play. I lose. I can't win. I almost won, but like multi 5. Guess I had some like hands with Fury, no red cards. Doesn't make sense on 7. Mono fetch land, so you take damage. Can never beat Baron, so multi 5 and like kind of narrowly. Well, not even narrowly, just lose. Same here. When I play Folklore, I always go to X2 or X3 in the challenge. Even when I lost, I still felt I should win, but I kept getting the mediocre result. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly that. Like, I think I am capable of getting better challenge slash prelim results. Thank you very much for the sub, Armek. I like to keep track, as you say, you sometimes get a 4-1 in 4 in the second that you went 2-3 in the last 3 leagues. Yeah. Yeah, well, it is like tricky when you're changing your cards a lot too, but you're right, obviously. I'm very confused as to why you are not playing blue red. The deck is strong for strong players, and I don't get why you're tricking yourself not to play it. Well, I played it lately. I should have played it in the tournament, probably. Now I sold my Yorions. I just don't have an option. Can play blue red, living end, or maybe Yawgmoth. Tournament wise. I think the elemental seg is pretty poggers. Regular folklore, not so much. I think Yorion elemental is the same shit as regular folklore. What if you are biased by bad draws just as much as someone might be biased due to good draws, Canister? Well, Yorion's an 80 card deck, so it is less consistent. And the problem with the Yorion deck is that there is never ways to have close to enough cards against everyone, right? Again, I played a 6 round tournament, 6 modern round tournament this weekend. What did I play against? A round versus Burn, a round versus Tron, a round versus Red Black, Pascal Maynard, Reanimate Grief for midrange. A round versus Murktide, a round versus Focolor with Ragavan Counterspell, and a round versus Yawgmoth. So 6 different decks. And guess what? I didn't have enough sideboard for the Yawgmoth matchup, and I didn't have enough sideboard for the Tron matchup, and I didn't have enough sideboard for the Burn matchup. I did have enough sideboard for the Living End matchup. I didn't play against it. I had enough sideboard against Blue Red Murktide. I played against it once. I won. Not even easily. I got mana screwed in game 2 and almost lost the match. But maybe the meta is too diverse for a reactive midrange deck and you just need a strong proactive plan. Yes, that is what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. Proactiveness is so strong. Gives you so much. So much easier to win rounds when your deck can just win instead of just sit there, wait, and hope that its cards line up correctly. And when they line up correctly, you feel like a genius. Even if they line up correctly only in one of the 3 games, you feel like a genius. And you're like, oh yeah, I like didn't draw my 4 lands, or like I didn't have a passion for red and 6. Or like, oh yeah, I drew monocoatals, but like I needed a solitude a bit earlier. Win round 1 to dodge Baron. Baron was round 1. First game, opponent shuffles their deck, drops a card on the table from the deck. It's a foil, old border promo goblin guide, and I have won the die roll. I'm like, well, nice tournament. I won game 1 on the draw to give me false hope, then promptly just lost to Rolling Vortex game 2, which I can't beat when it's played on the play on turn 2. Literally no way to defeat that ever. And then next game, like, I just mull and die. Expected. Why is Ox in a Giganta deck? It's Harley deck, but I don't know why. It shouldn't be, obviously. I don't know why it was there. Good morning, streamer. How was your weekend? I was just in the midst of explaining it all. So yeah. So you want to dodge Baron. But just gonna run into it. For color, and if you're gonna run into it, like you're not gonna actually win your round one, and you're gonna dodge Baron. Like even if Baron has 30% against the meta game, it has 65 versus blue red versus Yorion. Excuse me, not blue red. So it's one of the decks I drafted because there were two drafts on this tournament. Actually, I lost my win and then into the top 8 and against the mirror. Uh, Focolor, no Focolor, no elemental, such as Ragavan and Counterspell. And I had two great blue-red draft arena decks. This had Fable of Mirror Breaker, best rare in the set, nicely splashed Kyodai, and just tempo cards that were able to get my points quite hard. I won a lot by going Network Disruptor into Prosperous Thief. And I went 3 on this draft. In the second draft, I drafted a somewhat similar blue-red deck, although it was a bit more controlish. And I went 501 in limited on this tournament. I got a draw against Sodek because he had a really grindy deck, and we just played 2 games and the time ran out. And we went 1-1, and well, just 2 minutes on the clock, can't even play the third one. Not even necessarily a slow player, although obviously I was playing faster than he was. There was just so many objects on the battlefield. He was playing the White Shrine and the Imperial Oath in his deck, so he had sources of tokens, but he obviously didn't have the tokens, so we were using empty sleeves for the tokens, but there were different tokens on the battlefield. Then the game got into a huge board stall. Then I had the 5 mana copy another artifact when it enters uncommon in my deck, and also copied my cards with empty sleeves, good stuff. Good limited paper stuff. What are some proactive decks you like? Blue Red, Living End. I think Yawgmoth might be interesting. Just the good decks in the format are good. Kamigawa Borstal Dynasty, yeah. When he played the Moonfolk Puzzle Maker, the 1/4 flyer, after I had played my own, I knew this game is gonna go long. So, how about Rhinos? Rhinos is a fine deck. I don't personally like it too much, but it's definitely a fine deck. So yeah, I went 501 in limited and wasted a chance at top 8ing with a 5 with a 2/4 result in modern, which I think I should be able to go 3/3 with Murktide, right? Odds are. But I didn't. Canister, will you go to Sofia? Yes, I will be there. Is that Lantern I see? There is a Lantern deck, but it's not the one I have put effort into. I guess that's Boseju, so it's relatively new. Would you consider Dimir our Grixis Death Shadow again? Dimir? I think Grixis Death Shadow is a fine deck, but probably a worse version of Blue Red, and kinda no point in playing Blue Red. I'd rather be good against the bad decks and medium against the good decks, emotionally. Not even emotionally, you play in a tournament, like... Yeah, Blue-Red Murktide is the most popular deck, so how many times you play against it per tournament? 2, 3? 2, 3, yeah. So even if it's true that Yorion is 50, what, 55, 6% versus Murktide, it probably has 45% win rate at large in the challenges and in tournaments, I'm guessing. Yesterday I played 8 rounds, 0 Murktides, yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely within reason to just not play against it in an 8-round challenge on Moda. This is an age-old trap. People play tournaments, people prepare for tournaments for 29 years that this game has been out, right? And somehow, whenever I prepare for a Magic the Gathering tournament, they just always do the same thing. There's like the best deck in a standard format, and everybody on your team is going to be, oh yeah, like definitely not gonna be playing the hashtag best deck because everybody's gonna find ways to beat the best deck, so we're gonna be playing the deck that beats the best deck too. And then they find a deck that beats the best deck. Maybe it actually does. Let's assume it does. But for example, it has a 55%. 55%. No, Folklore Reclamation was actually fine for the one tournament, probably, but maybe not more. But let's take the last tournament, Neon Dynasty Championship. I don't know how many of you followed that, chat, but the group I prepared with, most of us played a Mardu mid-range deck in Alchemy. It was a very nice deck. It ended up having one of the best win rates amongst the Alchemy decks uh, in the tournament. It had a good matchup against the, say, like Boogeyman before the tournament, the Runes deck, which actually didn't end up being the most popular deck of the tournament even. But it was overall a solid deck too, which is why it was able to perform well. But the other part of our testing group played a green-white ramp mid-range deck. Like 2 mana dorks, no 1 mana cards, Key to the Archive, Yasharn, Storm the Festival type stuff. Which was, the deck that they knew was maybe slightly ahead of the Boogeyman deck, Runes, let's say 55%. But at the same time, it was probably like 30% of less against control. It was really bad against control. And yet somehow, after 29 years of tournaments, they didn't foresaw the fact that there is always going to be some amount of people playing control at a tournament, even if it's bad. So that means that 10% of the time you play against a 30% matchup, and like whatever the amount of runes is, you play your 55% matchup, and then the rest of the time you play, well, let's say 50%, being generous to the deck. Just play best proactive decks, easy peasy. Yeah, which can be also reduced to play the best decks, in which proactivity just, say, thing that should guide you and inform you a lot very well about whether your deck is actually the best or not. Which is better, Delver or Snapcaster if you don't play Ragavan, Blue-Red Murktide? Probably Snapcaster is closer to being a playable card, but that's a bit different deck. Living End, Forehead. Yeah, Living End is base. Which is why I think this might be solid now with Archon of Cruelty. Ooh, yeah, Murktide Region as a secondary plan is... Not sure about Counter Squall, what the hell? Why Counter Squall? Okay, is Counter Squall the new draw spell? I see. Probably wouldn't play Unmarked Grave. I would play more 1-mana cards. Like, don't not play Unmarked Grave, and I like Grave to Bean Priest versus Counterspell decks. I think versus Counterspell decks you can just Thoughtseize them. So I wouldn't worry about that. But I think a deck like this can function well if it's gonna have cheap cards, cheap interaction, and then it's gonna have a, you know, the Tainted Indulgence as an slash enabler. As an enabler. While also it's a draw spell later in the game. If, like, you know, it bogs down. Of course, doesn't work quite that well if your graveyard's getting attacked. So it might be a bit tricky. As per time, I think white splash for endings is probably these. Yeah. I think it might be. Play 2 free bubbles, 2 free ray if you want enabled and have a big graveyard. Yeah, maybe. Did you enjoy Autumn's Elementals though? Well, I played a list based on Autumn's Elementals, and I think it was for a Yorion deck, a nicely constructed list, but it was still a Yorion deck. It didn't, you know, escape all the Yorion problems that are present in it. Present alongside that. I think it would be great if this deck could play 1-mana threats. Which I guess you could play Grixis Reanimator, and well, there is a 1-mana threat I can find for you. Because I think it might make more sense than Murktide Regent in this deck, because Archon of Cruelty should sort of be your Murktide Regent. Right? That should be your, like, Persist on that should be your Murktide Regent. While you also have interaction and preferably cheap spells to threaten your opponents. So yeah, Counter Squall being used as a proxy, kinda stinky. So maybe that is a direction I would look into. Playing exactly one white card irks me. Yeah. I don't know. Murktide seems great with consider plus discards. Sure, but as I'm saying, it's kinda occupying the same spot, right? What's the most debilitating Huron problem? The fact that your side was only 10.5 cards? I would say so, yeah. You just have too little of a sideboard. I think a Yorion deck with a 40 card sideboard would be very good. Have you ever played Burn? Yeah, many time. Yeah, also Murktide Regent is really weak to Graveyard Hate too, just like Archon, so kinda don't want that. They want Ragavan because it's the obvious threat to play, right? And then like DRC rise on the graveyard a little bit, but it's fine. And also Ragavan ramps you to 8 mana, you can hardcast Archon of Cruelty. My point is I never want to tap my mind on my turn except to win the game. Ragavan cringe in this deck. And why do you have 6 discard spells? Seasoned Pyro kinda based in a Reanimator deck. Yeah, Seasoned Pyro might be actually pretty fine too. How do you win against Hammer with this? By reanimating Archon of Cruelty, I assume. And tile pushing their creature wielding a hammer. Why are we talking about Dakon? Maybe it's Dakon's time to shine? I think it's not. Odds are it's not. By the way, I can do another thing. Can I have the green frog? I don't know what's the green frog. I want to play control combo, not mid-range combo, but it might be not be the best approach. Yeah, I think mid-range combo is better. Protean Hulk is hardly a frog, but I remember it. We are in a league with Seasoned Pyromancer version of that. So I have to finish the league of this before I play anything else, so it's gonna do that. Okay, I'll go to my pre-release on Monday. Noon? Good luck though. I have a shitty hand, but we can scry. Daily observation slash complaint that the hammer hive mind has decided 3 drums is the correct number for apparently no reason. I think the reason we decided for that is that it's weaker to draw drums in multiples with no Lurus as a mana sink. Arar. Okay, so they have a creature because they were unsure as to what to do. They even ran out DRC on turn 1 against an unknown opponent. How do I not? What? Maybe use counter spell for mana efficiency. I don't even have delirium. I can even kill the. I don't have anything else, so probably I will not be very mana efficient. I've seasoned Pyromancer, so we're gonna show them once we draw it. Play land first. What do you have? Pierce? But like then you don't get a card, so it's fine. Are you a fan of Forak Mage's Charm? I'm coming around because I want to draw two so often in this deck. Oh, no justice, no fucking justice. I think Forak Mage's Charm is fine. Strong. Right now we have Season Pyro in the deck. Kinda not big on that. Do you next had a bubble? Okay, in that case there was justice. I didn't notice that, I bitched already. Anyways. Uh straight. Weak if they have two Bolterinos, I guess. I dash. That's it, I dash. That's it. Nothing else. Fury. Fury. You're gonna get Delirium. I don't really want to draw Fury. I'll draw a Bolt for a Gavan. Well, I guess. You don't play around Spell Pierce, but I think it's okay. Tap Fiery Islet, okay. Post Meditation worth it. Actually, a good point. I should have probably. I kind of spell the trigger on the stack, so we get to put a land on top if we have see a land. Okay, oh, we don't want to give them that. I think. Yeah, that's worse. Maybe post commentation was worth it here. Yeah, yeah. Well put. Need a seasoned Pyroman on reiteration. Nice. When I say nice, I mean oh shit. Ragavan bad chest, yeah. How was that LSV Ragavan tweet? I googled LSV Ragavan tweet. Been playing a lot of Modern Legacy the last few weeks, and honestly believe that Ragavan makes both formats better, more so in Modern than Legacy. It's an easy to kill creature that leads to more interactive games, and getting hit once or twice isn't game over. I think I can. The option of not playing. And I have do some moves. When are the cards from Streets of New Capenna playable? Friday, I believe, or Thursday. Steel. I do agree with him. Yeah, I agree with the fact that getting hit once or twice isn't game over. I'll accept that. Could have played around that with the fetch and the bubble. Yeah, but I also could have drawn a removal spell or a counter spell from the bubble. So I think doing it this way was much more preferable. You want regular Progentus when you also have this from the graveyard? Maybe not so much. No Leyline. Yeah, this is a deck that I entered on last Wednesday, so I have to finish the league. So I don't have the newest technology of Leyline, although kinda not sure about its viability. What's on the Jan living end? I fail to see the upside of Jant. Because the upside is that it has Seasoned Pyro and Floral Point is about to get hit once or twice, but it's not game over. Yeah, but Fury in Living End, what's kind of weird? What maybe if you want to hardcast it? So it's the Exarch Dark. I don't know what's the Exarch Dark. But just not having the force of negation, right? It just don't seem worth. I waste the removal spell. Do I wait on this? Yeah, the dispute to resolve it next turn. I want to discard dispute. Although maybe I get a free. Well, no, they might want to iterate. Yeah, yeah. I think Season Pyro plays exceptionally poorly with counter magics. Chatters. How was the weekend tournament, Mr. Streamer? I lost my losing out and I got to top 16th. Most surprising thing about the match, I was playing 5-5 Murktides. Yeah, against the Rhinos. Just do that. Well, play Ragavan on turn 1 and then play Murktide later. Don't be on the draw. Play sideboard cards of Flusterstorm and explosives. Try to make your Murktide 6/6 if you can, not 5/5. Spell pierced. Do I want the bubble? I'm gonna have two types. Is a third type when you get two skies. Might as well. Seems like a good Delirium enabler. You could try land otherwise. Is it good? I guess it is. We get two skies. Although Petty Theft, Ice, and Disputes really tempo me. Yeah, they can do that. So I just play well too. Do I attack? Monsters probably. They go to 5. They have this. Have this to block the Ragavan if they counter my Hiat. Hiat. Because I don't want to get hit. Yeah, Seasoned Pyromancer against Rhinos. Wouldn't do jack. See, they are a relic cracker. A sorcery speed cracker. Relic in the mirror kinda hit and miss. Also a Flusterstormer. How do they fit all of that? They play DRC? They play two DRCs. I'm gonna go, what, another one? What? Counter spell? Was it counter spell? Interesting move. I think I want relics as my opponent is relicking themselves quite effectively anyways. This one will lose if my opponent applies a turn 1 Ragavan, but getting hit once or twice is makes the format better. So yeah, Chad, those making this hand absolutely unkeepable. Well, maybe not absolutely, but those making this hand lose a decent amount of time on the spot. Is it worth it? It doesn't make the format better. I know, bro. Phew. Just the second best 1 mana red creature ever. Well, I see another bubble. I kinda want to draw it. Actually, I can, I guess, for the next turn. Not sure. If I'm trying to find removal, then it's, I guess, fine. This DRC I don't need to kill immediately. If you're on dispatch, what will be the next deck in Discord? I don't know yet. But I think I'll be playing a bit Yawgmoth in the future. A bit of Yawgmoth in the future. Am I interested in a DRC? I don't think so. It's not a land, not a removal. JTEMs. No, no JTEMs. Yogg won both challenges this weekend. Yeah, we're going to be looking at challenge results soon. But the Polish Nationals I played in was also won by Yawgmoth. Can Druid Hammer with the best deck next week anyway? Yeah, sure, bro, yeah. Yoggers. Yogpog, nice, funny, huh? I'll play DRC here and counterspell their end of turn charm if they play that. Or not, if they don't. But Yogg is cringe. Well, but it's also seemingly kinda secretly a bit stronger than maybe some giving it respect. Polish Nationals was about the same size as the Sunday Modern Challenge, I believe. Yeah, exactly. It was 73 players, I think. But Saint Nutritious finds joy in being extremely toxic. He almost has a great matchup against Murktide. I'm not convinced about the matchup being great, but I think there is something here, but because I don't know. Very frequently I just play the deck, queued into Yawgmoth, thought, damn, this matchup should be good. And lost once, twice, thrice. And in the end was like, damn, maybe the matchup just sucks. How did you do in the weekend? I lost my losing out and I was out of the top 8. Didn't find heat. Now you're gonna play the drag on. Did you play versus Mr. Sodek? I did play against Sodek in draft. We drew because he's a slow player in draft. No, actually he's not a slow player, but 6-6, kinda cringe. But I think it's hard to play for the Murktide player and to board. Typically fairly easy. I just boarded out Dragavas and I have plenty of space. I have little life. No aggro deck in modern at now. It's a good thing or not, Mr. Streamer. Well, what is an aggro deck? It's a deck that plays a 1 mana creature and then attempts to kill you said creature in aggro deck or not? Because many decks just do that. And then there's Baron, which kind of sucks, but also is vicious whenever I play against it. So what to do? Iterate maybe. Baron is also good versus Murktide, I think. Baron actually cannot kill Ragavan. They have 4 balls. They are very ineffective at killing Ragavan. I don't think Baron beats Murktide really. They have down many cards on me, but they're up life points. Oh yeah, what's an aggro deck, right? Like it's I have to boast a little. I won the Pioneer and the Modern Side event this weekend. Jump. Well, I get Spell Pierce. Well, I can prevent Spell Pierce. No, this is a tempo deck. Alright. Will I get disputed? No, no, no. Okay, Spell Pierce fine. Well, sort of fine. Bolts. No, another DRC. Okay. We can stabilize. Is Hammer an aggro deck? I would say so. It's a deck with a goal of killing you. Time to plus easy. Well, I can't kill those. How do I plus those if I can multi-region and play what? I'll be dead on board. Oh, joking. Okay. I might want to plus now though, but no, there's no way. I'm just gonna draw 3 cards and put some of them back. We have the domestic dispute now. Mr. Streamer, have you thought about putting the Yorion literally the fucking best draw. Christ, no. No. Land. Will they? Really? Bro, no. Don't do it. Yes, they kept. Yes. We live. Kept a bolt for sure, it's fine. What's your opinion about Archmage's Rhinos? I didn't love Archmage's Charm in the deck, TBH. Because I was boarding out counter spells anyways. Against decks where counter spells were an effective tool, so There was kind of not much gain. Felt like. Probably this useless season pyro. You have disputed a sneakily drawn bolt. Okay, just heat, whatever. Aspiring Spike. Charm best card in the deck. Cancer, I don't like Charm in the deck. And Rhinos? I think Charlotte's Agent's the best card in the Rhinos deck, I guess. Probably closer to the truth. So wait, they kept the land? Why they keep land? No, in Murktide, I think it's way better than Season Pyro. Charm, I think, is one of the... I think Charm is great, yeah. No more spell? Why is a Sparring Spike so influential? I genuinely don't even know who he is. Okay. Well, most people do, that's why he's influential. TF, no attack. I knew that my opponent had a Steam Vents on top of their deck. From a Mishra's Bubble. So that's why I did an attack of the Ragavan. Essentially, Lantern controlled my opponent. No Swinger Vaga mean. Yeah, that's what I say. I knew they had a Steam Vents on top. I didn't want to exile the Steam Vents. I now need to... Can draw 3. Not plusing. I have the fucking counterspell in my hand. I drawn it. Why would I need to plus? I don't need to do anything anymore. That's why I didn't plus, right? Plus for content. Chat, is plusing Jace good content? I think it's bad. I think net plusing Jace and hardcasting Shark Typhoon is bad content because it reinforces bad habits in people, and it like tells you that yes, you too can hardcast Shark Typhoon. You too can plus your Jace. No, bros. Well, yeah, you can. You shouldn't. And I'm here to give you the fish, not to teach you how to fish. So I will not be plussing. So that you can get the juicy, fat, squirming fish. Yeah, real charts just play with a free ability, Jace. Like, why does it even have 4 abilities? Imagine if Jace had no +2 and just had +1 to brainstorm. Always super strong though. You used to play Tron a lot, right? I wouldn't say a lot. I only played a little bit of Tron lifetime, so I'm no expert. Especially on Blue Tron, which I don't think I ever played. That fog color is unplayable. Yorions with 46% deck. What is this? Hammer probably with green. Scales, yeah, probably scales. Scales makes the most sense. I think I want to draw another land right now. Helio with Springleaf Drum would be a surprising build, but maybe. Also, Folklore can be the worst deck because Jan exists. Well, Jan's not even in a deck. Why we know Tameshi combo? Because it's... Why? I don't know, bro. Why don't we play Skred, right? Same answer. Damn. How to beat this? If I Fury... That doesn't work. 2-2, yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, yeah, I can't beat Arcbound. Arcbound Ravager. I could consider. Why no Grixis control? We have Triumph now. We have Triumph on first day. We don't have it. Just Fury it. Fury what? If I can't, like, they can save one creature. I guess I need to Fury the Ravager alone for 2 cards, which sucks. They have the Saga. Probably. We're gonna kill this boss. Can they? Well, what? How do you split your Fury damage? Like, I will leave this as an exercise. You have to assign 1 or 2 damage to one creature, and they leave that creature with 1 or 2 or 3 counters. Good draw. It's bolted, so I don't have the drum mana for Saga. You can play Dragon next turn, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 spells. Maybe 5. Anyone try one a Neo pre-release code? Neo? It's a new set already. I know they work still. Play Neo. For sure, yeah. Play many Neo. Let's put in graveyard so I can drag on. Nice. Murktide Regent. I'll probably want to keep Counterspell, right? I want to max Dragon now. Then keep Spell. So I probably will need to block rather than attack. The Constructors are gonna be big and they're gonna have some... I don't know, I'm probably gonna get something like also live. Not Shadow Spear, but... I wonder if that new equip is good or is a scam. Yeah, that is yet to be seen. Like, probably doesn't fundamentally change this devoted druid enough, because you still have to have your devoted druid survive, right? And like, how big of a difference is that really? That you can now fetch it with Stoneforge Mystic or with Urza Saga. Well, Urza Saga is pretty pog because it gives you a backup plan, but still. Getting to play Saga is definitely pog champion max. This doesn't fly, except that it can. Pyro discard spells. Can play a deck with Zirda now, right? I guess we don't play Vizir, then you can play with Zirda, yeah. No, Zirda with Saga can be played. That's cringe, but true. Does this have Saga Constructors? I think Season Pyro is going to be made here. Keep the Fury, then the Fury is not that useful. I think it's more useful than the counter spells, not sure. Can Fury something, but I don't know what. Well, I can't block my flying creature if there are ground creatures, so. Wait, they can. Okay, well. Good point. No, somehow I know that Zabas has his ability. Somehow I fail to acknowledge that Zabas can give flying to itself while not tapping itself here. But it's okay. Well, I thought that Zabas can block in general, but not on this turn because it couldn't have. It would need to obviously tap itself, but it could also not tap itself. We could cap a construct and give it flying, so it was kind of cringe on my part, but it's fine. Play Bolt Dragon next. No, it's not fine. Nothing is fine. No, El Shadow Spear. Ay, 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 ay. Macho life gain, no. Have one card though. Urza Saga. My charm blocker is useless. Not good, not good. Can still win, just draw charm. I can't draw charm, which you're well aware of, but for humorous purposes you didn't. At least on top. 7, 8, 9, 10. So probably will need to block with 2 Regentos. I don't know if I can attack with anyone. I will not. But if done more proper math, you could maybe decide to attack with an elemental. It's gonna be tough. Also, chat, I'm actually only going to stream for 3 more hours today. Because my local shop has started, is going to organize the first Pioneer weekly tournament in FNM. And I'll be going to that. I think we have a Notawara in this deck, but we don't have Borrower right now. What deck in Pioneer? Mono Green Devotion. I had most of the cards, so I bought some extras and got it. Isn't Pioneer at Thursday in Plancha? No, it's on Mondays. Popper is on Thursdays. No, it's not a Yorvo Gaming. It's like... what is this deck? I have this. It's 1 Nissa plus 1... plus 2 Sylvan Caryatid. Different sideboard too. Make sure to bring a D100 to keep count of G mana. I actually just write my mana down with a pen on paper. As rules, probably not at an FNM level, but at a higher tournament level, require you to note your mana and your mana pool down rather than represent it with dices. Dices. Also, I can just remember. Is it legal to come with a calculator at a tournament? I think there is no law prohibiting that. No rule making you unable to. Not sure where the rule comes from, but you could use dice to represent mana and GPs. In the past, yes. But I think relatively recently it was changed so that you are supposed to write it down so that you have an archive. Good afternoon, Chad. I can confirm Cancer is even more hot in person. Thank you very much. I'm a little bit surprised too that you made the trip to well, they regenerate, then they don't have a construct. Maybe a block with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The smaller ones. Did he smell like a father figure? About smelling. Some of the prizes at the tournament I played were like they got a sponsor who makes Slavic themed perfumes, and for getting top 16 I got a box of New Capena and a bunch of testers of some Slavic animal themed perfumes. Unfortunately, I can't make you feel a smell. Snake creature 988 and yours say 99. Well, it says 99, mine's 99. No, it's not. That's pierogi. I have them here. Fragrances, yeah. Well, it says Slavic. I don't know why it's so Slavic, but it's like this and like the smell of a Weissen. I don't even know what's a Weissen is. What? Goat? Deer? So just like animal smells, and they actually smell horribly because I was curious about how it's gonna smell, and I tried them in the morning, and the first one smelled, I don't remember which one was that, but the first one smelled like a very sweaty man for a long day of work, and the second one smelled like a wet dog. I still feel it on my hand, like it's not nice. Actually, now it's kind of nice. It used not to be nice on the first hour. Alright, so I tried for the Constructor and they have a Ballista. I'm gonna have a hard time winning through the Azalef and all the stuff, but if they don't play Ballista, we can find a counter spell and then we can actually have an easy time winning. So put this back, get lands, die. What? No Welding Jar? If they use Welding Jar, their creature becomes an 8/8 and doesn't kill my Murktide Regent, so it's not a good idea to use Welding Jar. Always hear this meme about LGS is smelling, but if you ask anyone if the particle LGS smells, they always say no. Well, in Plancha, you can sometimes. Let's say I like going outside of the shop between rounds to breathe some fresh air. I don't know what I can do. What if we bolt this and play another dragon? What's a Wisent? Wisent. Is that a Zhubr? Assume it's Zhubr, but yeah, Wisent, Wisent. I don't know how to say that. It's Zhubr. Would you have got actual bottles instead of tests if you had top 8'd? Yeah, I think so. The first place was, I think, 8 boxes, a gaming chair, 8 boxes of New Capena, a few bottles of the perfume, and a gaming chair, and some other accessories. I have a photo of the like of the prices. Okay, 6 boxes, a chair, a mouse, SPC gear leaks, a keyboard, testers Wolf Brothers, which is the perfumes Wolf Brothers, a Wolf Brothers candle. I assume it's a scented candle. Ultra Pro Messenger bug. Alcove Suede Vault deck box. MTG Mana Abacus Life Cutter. Eclipse Glossy Sleeves Pack X2. Playmat t-shirt. That was the first place. Well, it was a pretty expensive, like, entry tournament. TBH. But it was decent. Like, getting top 16, a 70% tournament, getting a box was also pretty nice. I opened the box and I got one of each non-Giant Triumphs and another foil, a second foil Naya one, which was nice because those are probably the cards I would need from this set. So that brought me joy for having my weekend be productive. Also an Obnixilis, but I got the super version and was even more, even uglier in person than it is, and I got this. And just this card looks so bad. It's insane. I don't know what the idea is behind this, but it does not appeal to me. Yeah, I am dead on board. Like, I have a card though, so I don't know. I'm gonna let my opponent perform the actions. The thing is, I'm probably dead to the welding jar, right? Because they're going to trample 2 damage. I go to 5. I think we have to hit first. We hit first. They can regenerate. Trample 2 and deal 5 with the ballista. So yeah, I guess I am dead on board. I don't think if I hit first then I'm dead, like, with all known info, so I will wait. Hunger boy. Alright, well, just cast the heat, they kill me. Regeneration removes from combat. Well, regenerating removes from combat, not giving a regeneration shield. Which is, well, welding jar activation gives the regeneration shield to this. And actually getting regenerated is what removes you from combat. It is a weird rule though, yeah. I don't think I understand. Wasn't 6 HP. Well, I don't have delirium. That's a shock. I think I want the moon things because of the saga. You want Dresden for sure. Matchup looks really hard. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Spell Pierce looks poor though. I don't think I was far away from winning this game. Season Pyro looks kinda poor. TBH. Yes, but then your creature deals 4 and hit 2, so they can remove counters to kill you if they regen. So a 6/6 ballista attacks. I block it with 4 power of creature, 4 power, 4 toughness of creatures, right? Then I cast a shock on it. They're like, okay, regenerate. Okay, we go to combat damage. Okay, I trample 2 to you. We go to 5. Okay, I have a ballista with damage removed from it with 5 counters on it. Okay, I use 5 counters to deal 1 damage each, reducing your life total to 0. Okay, okay. Ragavan is kinda sketchy against Hangar Boy. Regeneration should remove counters. Why? Oh no, I said too much. I heard that Yorion has 45% win rate. Yes, I know, it's true. 45% win rate. We dress down or we counter spell? I would like to draw cards. Can play Magus. If I draw Island. Well, I can. No. I think Dresden is generally better later. Easier to get Delirium. I watched Gap play Folklore in the challenge yesterday. He titled the stream Best Deck in Modern and went 0 to drop. Oh yeah, did he get unlucky maybe in his game? Didn't draw the Cyber cards he needed? Destan is an extra type for grave. Well, this too. This is also a instant, right? I don't have anything in my graveyard. I think I should counter spell because then you can play Magus for tempo. But round 1 the last to burn, yeah. Typical. I'm sure it's good to play it here, but I don't know, it has 2 damage to power attacks. Or you get to witness stress down Magus of the Moon interaction, or I guess lack thereof. Does Dresden kill modular creatures? I guess it has 0/0 written on the card, so probably it does. This card, yeah, it doesn't have the modular, then it doesn't get the counter, so it does. This is a portal song, is it not? It is, yeah. Good draw, but I think I'll just keep the dress down for now. They don't have anything. They have mono green cards actually in sagas. Magus OP. Maybe white cards actually. They play white mana, right? What for? Zabaz is flying. Sentino too. Makes sense. They play Sentino. EOT dress onto consideration. Dress down does not make lands back into non-mountains. Or at least it shouldn't. Because of the layerings. I'm playing mono red canister. My opponent is. I'm playing blue red as we see. I won a game. Ragavan even worse on the draw, I guess. Maybe I won 2 Pyros over the 2 Ragavans on the draw. Maybe I want Satelity. I don't think I want the ace. I don't understand how Magus effect was still in play with dress down. I actually don't understand it very well either, but somehow the layers rules work in that way and I just accept that. Only 3 bolts in this list seems weird. It's pretty common to play only 3 bolts. Why care about the how? Well, it's interesting and, can influence your future understanding of new cards. Why not care about the how, bro? You're too cool. Pokemon. I'll trade for the younger boy. I think counter Spellerino. We don't want another counter Spellerino. Cunning key. Not the one. Cunning, are you doing a full Capena set review? Or are there no good cards? Uh, there's no good cards. I made a video on YouTube about my favorite cards. You can check that out. It was posted on Wednesday where I talk about the few ones that I found interesting. What's the video? Also like and subscribe. Canister, you don't want to play Yorion anymore? Yeah, I want to break out of this toxic relationship with this unplayable monster. Alright, I'll cast Concentration because I think most roads lead to Rome, but I won't take the one that gives me more lands. Kurwa no, ja pierdolę, not this one though. I don't want this route. That's tough. Which version of the Bantram is the most space for my collection? I would advise against collecting Bantram because could make you play Yorion. But if you insist on wanting to do that still, then Spara's headquarters. I don't know. This one. No, not legal for play. It's like pretty similar. This and this seems like this is too consistent with the promo versions of Triumph, so I would get this one. Oops. So I would choose the less consistent one. No! I am dead on board. Yes, I am. I missed land dead on board. Yeah, yeah. Nice gameplay. Yeah, yeah. It appears to be the case. Yeah, yeah. Dead on board. 4 counters, 6 counters, 8 counters, move counters, 9 counters, 10 poisons. Oh, 13, 12 poisons to make sure. Rag Murktide for N6 when? Well, Rag Murktide has been already done and it hasn't been playing Ren 6 typically, although sometimes people played Ren 6 and Saga, which I think was the cringes alongside Counterspell. That was like, I don't know, just using Saga as a spell fully, it's kind of not that good then. We free tooth, which is fair, but I think Seasoned Pyro does not impress. I think Archmage's Charm is just a better card by... Like, playing Seasoned Pyro in this deck is like playing... It's like playing Yorion. Because you're playing a worse deck because you're hoping that you have a good matchup against a good deck. While giving up percentages everywhere. Else. Hello, are you a Polish champion today? I am not. I lost my Loosen Out. As I picked up Yorion Elementals as my constructed deck in Modern. Went 501 in drafts, 2-4 in Modern. Missed out on top 8. And died. Would you credit yourself as a discoverer of the Cauldron Loop? Yes, as it happened on Twitch. I put this card in my sideboard into it good Devotion deck because I wanted to play Devotion deck. And I thought it's funny that Karn can grab a sorcery. So I just put it as a value card in there, and then when we were playing, we just found an infinite loop here. So it might have been some chatters here, but of course I'm going to take the blame. Nobody owns this current paper, not buying it at these prices. Season Pyro. I think some people own it, but yeah, sure. But I actually had fun playing Limited at the tournament too, and kind of looking forward to the PTs, and if I qualify for them, being able to play, tournament Limited seems very nice to be able to do again. Kamigawa was, I don't know if all the sets recently are like that, but Kamigawa Limited had very cheap cards. There was a lot of 1, 2, and 3 mana cards that were very strong, and so that the curves of the decks actually looked like decks, not like, those limited sealed slogs, right? Like, this is a deck I drafted. Had 1, 2 mana cards, 3 mana cards, and like a few more expensive ones, but not too many. It wasn't like the bulk of the curve was here. So you actually did stuff instead of, keeping a hand of like 5 lands, 3 drop, 4 drop on the draw in limited, and then if your opponent happens to play 1 drop, 2 drop, you're absolutely fucking dead on stop. So I like that there were cheap cards and you could have do stuff. Use CFB sleeves? No. Those are Hallelujah sleeves. Ninja gameplay is kinda awful. Well, with this deck I went 3-0. I was on the play Disruptor into Prosperous Thief 2 or 3 times, and that was pretty hard to recover from for people. I feel like Limited is rarely like that these days. Like the example, the 3 drop, 4 drop example I gave, yeah. What was in your sideboard? Well, let me grab the deck. Did you ever get to activate Kyodai in this one? I was able to, I didn't need to, so I didn't. Bro, show that Kiki Fable more, that's why you had good results. I was happy to open Fable of Kiki, or Fable of the Mirror Breaker, yeah, but... Yeah, nobody beat me actually. So it wasn't even because of the rares. It was just like solid, solid stuff. My sideboard included a disruption protocol, a second shattered states era, an explosive entry, prodigy's prototype, seismic wave, cameo of industry, two scrap wielders, planar incision, discover the impossible, crackling emergence, automated artificer, and two bamboo grove archers. Yes, I had a seismic wave in the sideboard. I boarded it twice, and then I boarded in the cancel once, always for the Armguard Familiar, which kind of stinked. Seismic Wave was pretty good when I cybered it in, but I guess it is 3 damage to a creature for 3 mana with upside. Kinda. Yeah. And can also go face. So I kinda. It is kind of weird, so I didn't read it properly, I guess, but it actually sounds pretty great when you actually think about what it does. Sentinellens.com. Uncommon. It doesn't have an impressive win rate though. Wait. Well, yeah, it doesn't have a super impressive win rate. It has a solid one though. What's IWW? Improvements when drawn. Is Farewell the best card? The best rare is Fable of Kiki-Jiki. The best mythic is Jugan Defends the Temple. Farewell is very strong, but it's behind. Fable Minobek has 70%. Game in hand win rate. And we go green, rare, mythic. Yukon Defense Temple, 72. I think Wandering Empire, well, Wandering Empire also has higher. Okay, what strat draft is best of 3? Premier draft is best of 1. So for some reason, Yugan Defend the Temple performed like a bit better than Emperor in best of 1. Thank you for the games, Necropolis Regent. But yeah, Fable was very nice. Just played it, filtered, made mana. I don't know. Just opponent has to deal with 2 things, and also Tameshi in my deck. Emperor is easier to play around post-board. Okay, so that explains why she performs better in traditional draft. Not quite, right? Quite the opposite, but my preparation for the most part was studying 17lens.com win rates and picking the cards with high win rates. So I did that, and like I seemed like other people didn't pick suit up as much as I did because I got 2 suit ups in both drafts, kind of late-ish. and etc. And this type of stuff happened, so it was pretty good. We're going to look at the deck list now, but first I'm going to take a bathroom break. Can we access the challenge results already from yesterday? 17th. I can't. But yeah, first a bathroom break, then we look at the deck list. I already had someone play Raiden against me when I was playing this deck. But she was only deployed when I had this already in place, so it was no big deal. I almost got punished. Alright, let's check out the modern challenge from April 24th. So, yes, no, posted 24th, I guess. I don't know, who knows. Crazy Baloff. Greased the Hunger Tide. 2 mana. Two copies, what? Vivian Champion of the World is literally the best card in this deck. I never lose to this, I always lose to this. What? And I lost to Ooze so badly at one time. So I don't condone double greased. Oh. What do I know though? 2 Fires and Crusader, oh shit. I beat Doomwake in the Swiss scoreboard. Doomwake said Voracious Hydra is better than Troll Opinion. It might be. The Troll is like kind of good internally with the deck. The Hydra might be better up against the metagame, I guess. It's good to have some removal. The Hydra is like much worse with doesn't draw you with Kiora, doesn't work at all with Storm the Festival. That's I don't know. But the troll is like mostly here for devotion, and the attacking part is not very relevant. The blocking is, I guess, but gets exiled often or not killed. Vivian giving flash, kind of nice, TBH though. Well, yeah, troll making 4 mana for Inktus when dice is great. The thing is that it doesn't actually die often. When it leaves the battlefield, mostly gets exiled. My experience, so kind of disappointing in that part. But on surface level, it seemed insane to me as a very sticky source of devotion. It can come up against Lightning Axe or something, and you can actually clock people. So I kind of like the troll too. Today I'm going to only be playing 2 trolls because the package with I only got 2 of my trolls and the letter with 2 other trolls didn't arrive yet, so I'm going to be playing 2 troll to Hydra in between. But yeah, Vivian is interesting. Necroplasm. Is this anti-rhinos? To troll through your yeah. This is supposed to be anti-rhinos. The beginning of your end step, destroy each creature with converted mana cost equal to the number of counters on Necroplasm. Two Bob of Paradise. Second place, El Living End with a main subtlety. I like that. I think the turtle kind of disappoints. And is actually, if you stop coping about playing it as playing a new card, is actually not really impressive because it kind of interacts, but since Hammer is banned, it doesn't interact on irrelevant axes. Passing creatures, who cares? And I think I like maining subtleties, maining everything. If somebody has maining endurance, you can combat that. If somebody plays Teferi, you can combat that. Good, like by itself in the deck. You know. And Brazen Borrower actually bounces the stuff that you can find problematic, but question is 2 or 4 Grease. I would definitely want to play 4 Grease. I don't know why that person played 2. Hey Canister, do you think the Bond Prime will replace the Jessica 1 in 4 color? That depends on what spells exactly are you playing. If you're playing Counterspell and Ragavan, definitely. No, not the Jessica 1. You should replace the Ketria 1. Or maybe even just play 1 Triumph, TBH. With Ragavan, yeah. Just play 1 Triumph. Only the 1-1. Because now that there is 4 triumphs, you can actually make an informed decision about how many you play, because for sure you don't need to play all 4. And it's not like you play both because that's like only 2 exist, right? So now you don't need to actually think, and you actually can think about playing the triumphs. So I think we're going to see a lot more of single triumph gamers in the future. Although maybe everyone is just gonna stick to two two copies anyways, because I think 2 is a good number. First one you fetch, second you keep for Ren. It's not even like a strong combo to cycle with Ren. I don't think it really matters. Like I don't think how many games does it decide to pick up Ren cycle the Realm? I think it approaches 0 really fast. I think it's probably lower than the amount of games that you lose when you draw Triumph or both Triumphs and it's tapped. And tap mana equals death. Roughly 8 months ago, I started joining Golari Yawgmoth somewhat regularly in Modo leagues, as well as occasionally. Now, what about Hapatra? Can be the stand for dying creature of the 4 wolves, transformed 4 girls. 1 girls, okay. Obviously, it's more fragile on its own, which makes it more of an individually weak synergy card compared to the intrinsically resilient Undying Guys. However, 2 of the strength of the card I would like to touch on that I don't see frequently brought up. The card works in the face of graveyard hate. If you assemble this young of any other creature while the opponent is wasting equity putting Leylands or Reaps, you can suddenly pseudo combo. Solid. So for Focal, do we cut a Triumph to include the bound one or play 3 Triumphs somehow? Well, I see you didn't listen. I would play 2 Triumphs or 1 Triumph. I would not play 3. On Greece, I think playing 3-4 is reasonable. Kind of depends what you want to beat from my list. The first could probably be Scoos into the board for the third Greece, but Scoos gets you more equity in the mirror and gets burn graveyard decks. I believe that free interaction like Strolden and especially Fury are more damaging for the modern format than cards like Raga and Amulet of Vigor. Yeah, for sure. I do not think the effects and Crusaders were worth it. Could see if you were targeting the 4 color, but I think you want to play 3-4 or none at all. Well, just play 4 Grease first, I think. No way, Scoos is still relevant 2022. Discredited offer immediately. I actually lost super value to Scavenging Goose. I think it was pretty good. I I also always see Yawgmoth players complaining about how they can't beat Rhinos ever. Why don't just play a few explosives to kill them? Or like, what's the problem in the matchup? Like, you guess you can die to a hardcast Fury too. Then I think they meant Necromancia. No, no. Well, this person won the challenge. They actually played Necroplasm ×1 in their deck. Crime/punishment is better than explodes in the deck though. Does that kill Rhinos? It does. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's better. It just takes like so many dorks, so much mana anyways. I am playing Vivian because it's a grindy card that can find me Yawgmoth in matchups where I want to cut Eldritch Evolution. This slot could be used as well. What does he do on plus? Nothing. But he minuses twice in a row. Like minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. But cut the Crusaders for third, fourth season crime punishment. The Necroblast can become second crime punishment stay depending on what you want to target. I like that this person says depending on what you want to target instead of saying absolutely you cannot not play two Pyrex and Crusaders. I believe it is optimal. Because that's typically a sign of like lack of foresight. You can't imagine a person playing less Pyrex and Crusaders than you and still like doing well in a tournaments because I play Grease Terinas ×4 though for sure. I get Gilded Goose. Guess it's to gain life because Yawgmoth. Slaughter Pact. You say anything about Slaughter Pact? Okay, I'm gonna play the trophy, it's unplayable. I wonder Fotsies. Vivian is nice. Oh, I have a Japanese Vivian that I could use if I play paper version of this. It's one of the most anime art, like right after Naruto, she's the most anime of the anime planeswalkers. And I never had a chance to use her. On super based. This one, no, this is a promo. Unfortunately, not online. Hey, I can link you a deck that I use for the MP. Sure, I would happily take a look. I hope it had 4 grease in it though, because the challenge winning one only had 2 and always seemed like the best card in the deck. Well, maybe not the best, but oh, they sell it. They have it. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna be able to use it then. Modern Challenge 8th place, April 16th. Endurance. Yeah, this was less bullshit. Although only 3 evolutions, I don't know. I don't have strong opinions about that. For greased, yeah, for grease based. I'm going to add a Weeb Vivian to the sideboard because she looks fine, but I see Pavlov, Yawgmoth. Take Yawgmoth. What is also Yawgmoth? Mother's Cat, I don't know about that, but I did play against Zerg this tournament. I did lose against Zerg, knocked myself out, and I did get my creature Murderous Catted. Murderous Cat, Murderous Cat, my Omnath, which did not, wasn't actually relevant because it also could have been killed in other means, but it also could have been killed by the counters from creatures, I think. Veil of Summer. Okay, gonna play Vivian over Veil of Summer. Is it the same role? I forgot they added the Japanese versions of the Planeswalkers on Modo, but like, well, they have Weeb. Yeah, they do have Weeb Narses, and they cost 30 tickets instead of 0, yeah. Yes, I discussed that with the judges too, because we had a situation where we ran out of time in the match, and we ran out of the time in the match as I was fetching a land end of turn, and then well, I also have to buy Yawgmoths and Necromancia, and then like that I've said essentially added an extra turn to the extra turn counter. Because the judge ruled that it starts from the first action taken, which the first action taken was me untapping in my turn, which was like the turn 0. Actually, I don't know if it made sense. But somehow it ended up with my opponent getting an extra fifth turn, which I was skilled with. But if I actually, fetched a second after the time was announced, then there would be one fewer turns and I would actually draw instead of losing, which actually wouldn't like help me. I would still be out of the top 8. I stops from stalling. No, well, it actually encouraged me to stall for a few more seconds instead of going fast and cracking the fetch immediately when he ended his turn. But it depends on like the exact situation, probably. And yeah, Zerg actually won the tournament, so congrats to Zerg4 in the chat. Getting there, and also, well, maybe Yawgmoth is secretly based. Can you play a shit Triad Arbor on Modo though? Need to check. As we are beautifying this deck. Seems like you can. I don't know where the leftmost one was from. No idea. TSR. Alright, let's see what they offer. Tikerino. Add to trade binder trade. Is there some funky promo of Yawgmoth? Maybe. I think there's just old border, which is kinda not what I'm after. Alright, which one do we want? This or this? Because this looks terrible with like the text on the very green tree. It's the OG artwork with a full frame. Or do we play this for the classic Gabnasiv debates? Let's go with this. I think this one has a good vibe. Yeah, classic Gab one. Voyeur sub theme with the people on the back. Do any of my other cards have a voyeur sub theme though? Also, kinda interesting that this deck does not play Takenuma. With how important Greece is, you would think that, of course, a swamp kind of sucks, but you'd think that the effect of Takenuma is pretty strong. Maybe it's just expensive. Alright, we're ready, chat. Now we're a Yawgmoth stream. Young man. Ale się streamer, no siema Jacek. We have Blood Artist, we have Scavenging Goose, we don't have anything else, we don't have Hapatra. I kinda would also like to play Hapatra. Just for the... to see what she does exactly, because I don't quite grasp everything. I'm willing to believe that she is a crutch. Not very pog, but... We're ready, chat. After all the pimping, let's play a Pioneer League. No. We play a Yawgmoth League. Just, you know, need to pay attention to what we actually play with. Go for a Sense Water and Innkeeper then. On top of that. The package. Patra makes a snake whenever you put a counter or something. And then if you have a Yawgmoth that works. I don't know what does Essence Water Innkeeper have to do though to that. The Pixel Swamp for NTGO is included in his secret lair question mark. It is a swamp from a secret lair Pixel basics theme. Hey Canister, do you have the blue-green decklist with Neoform? I should have one on my stream deck and it hasn't changed since the last time it's been posted. So I should be able to find one. Can kill all creatures without taking damage. Okay, because you just gain one life. You put a counter, make a snake, put a counter, make a snake. Yeah. Well, Blood Artist does the same, right? So it's like just an extra on top of that. So I don't know if it's needed. So I'll play without it. I guess I did not finish looking at the deck list either. We just looked at top one and got carried away with the Yawgmoth talk. So we can also quickly skim through the challenge. Maxo 9, third place. Hammeroni. Main deck Needle. 4 Hashbringer. That's a hate card for Yawgmoth if I've seen one. Pretty tough, right? To defeat. Need to grease kill it. I can use Yawgmoth to kill it. Can you just put 2 counters on it with Yawgmoth? So I guess it's not the end of the world. Archmage's Charm Rhinos. Let's make an experiment. 4 Yorion decks in the top one of them being a fucking Yorion. Yawgmoth, Transphysician. Okay, so there was a Yorion deck on 18th place. Recent Reefers. Wall of Omens, damn. So there's been 2 Yorion decks in this tournament. 2 elemental decks. Actually, 4 results because one had a main deck Yorion and the other one was a Mimer. What happened to all the money pile decks? They just suck. They're not good decks. I would bet 100 złotys with Iron Duke that they have sub 48% win rate at large on Modo. And away I play that shit. Away I play that shit for half a year straight with no breaks. The grinders were playing the Mox Open. Yeah, the grinders play Murktide though. Rightfully so. They don't play full color. Twin shot sniper again? What is with this deck? What? Twin shot sniper. I guess it is like a Baron deck too. You go like shock you, living end, shock you again. Yeah, it's the same as earlier, like, but I'm surprised it gets that again because I kind of failed to understand this deck. I guess Fury lets you clear Teferi easier, but I think Teferi is like, well, so does Force of Negation to roughly the same extent because a plus Teferi is 5 loyalty. It's cheap and practical enough to win, so I think it's just cheapness. Yeah, I guess, maybe. Twin shot sniper is an underrated current target. True, with the colored artifacts, the current boards actually can get much better when they print real cards. I mean, this is not quite a real card, but it's interesting. Balaget recovery Eldrazi Throne. I was thinking of Eldrazi Throne because Lori Vouvois is also like a Polish player. He was also at the tournament. I talked with him about this. And he just likes Eldrazi Throne a lot, even though, you know, it has it's typically not very good and just left stock of modern. But what if you played Eldrazi Throne and you played no Smashers, 4 Oblivion Sours, and then some big Eldrazi's. No Chalice, but Relics. 4 Warping Well, 4 Dismember. Oblivion Sours to ramp towards your, let's say, like an Ulamog ×2 in your deck. Will I find the reasoning behind your Yorion betrayal at the beginning of the stream? Yeah, you will find it in detail, but also your summary is true. No Matery Shaper. Matery Shaper is probably crucial, yeah. Like waste control, yeah. Waste control. And Bringer is not really based. I think Oblivion Sour is based. Also, one of my regrets of a deck I hasn't played before the bans ever was that I never played Eldrazi Throne in Uro Field of the Dead metagame with 4 Oblivion Sours and 4 Relics. Because I think that was actually kind of insane. You did that, yeah. I think that was actually kind of insane against the Uro decks, and I don't know how they ever beat that. It's probably better for a win rate that you didn't play Eldrazi Tron. No, I think that at that very moment, that Eldrazi Tron deck was probably crazy good. Because you feel the dead legal, you just play the relics, they played Uro, you blank their Uro with relics. They couldn't escape. Then you cast Oblivion Sour. They can't counter that. You get all the fetch lands they exiled, and you have Field of the Dead in your deck yourself. Must not like my list from the title. Oh, was that you? Yeah, it's funny. That's all I can say. Also, somebody asked why this deck is playing Balagad Recovery. Obviously, it's to be able to have a regrowth attached to your expedition map. Oh, wait. It's not. In that case, I don't know. Thank you very much for subscribing to my channel and wishing me a nice week. And I hope your week is going to be nice too. Reckless Impulse, light up the stage. Underworld Breach. Those are kind of interesting. Like just 12 1-drops. Divinations, and then you just have Underworld Breach to cast Bolt from your graveyard. What is it? You just cast Bolt? I guess you cast Monomorphos to draw cards. But you don't have ways to produce mana, so just 5 mana, cast 3 bolts. It's not even, doesn't even sound that good. Just got there, don't know if you had opinions on the 80 card deck. Well, I just laughed. That's all I had to say. But in practice, it doesn't sound that great, this deck. I kind of don't get it. BTL. Honestly, BTL probably better than Yorion too, because you actually can kill a person by casting a spell. They die. 13th place. It's Tameshi with Tearless Tracker. What's the kill condition here? Finally still. What's your Popper deck of choice for this Mog season? I'm just gonna skip. I'm not gonna play Popper. I think. My choice is not to choice. Hello, good sir, canister underscore MTG. From your opinion, which are the best free modern decks at the moment? Thanks you and have a good day. Blue Red Murktide, Living End, and question mark. Maybe question mark is secretly Yawgmoth. Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. 15th place. Another Yawgmoth. Why do people play Zulaport Cutthroat over Blood Artist? Seems to me like Artist is better. It should trigger more often. And having 1 power doesn't seem that good. Maybe it is. I don't. Well, I don't. Well, will it trigger off of your opponent's creatures more than once per turn? Probably not, but. Also, wouldn't think that people actually sideboard White Leyline against you on Yawgmoth. Like I board well sometimes when I don't have cards, which is typically. I guess it can stop the agent, the artist, but hardly in a relevant way. Oh, Living End does. Yeah, Living End makes sense to do. So stops endurance. So they don't gain life if they have Leyline even, right? Because you can't target them, and it's like target opponent loses 1 life you gain. More Hammerino, Hammerino, Arc Marcherino, the worst deck ever. Fotcasterino. La 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 la. Ulamog the Infinite Gyre. An 18 land deck. This is not even a Stoneforge deck. Just free Nettle Cyst, aggressive. Another Tameshi. Is this deck actually not unplayable? It appears to be not unplayable. Though it seemed pretty unplayable to me, but seems to have enough upside to be able to win from time to time. Alright, let's play some games. As I spent 3 hours looking at deck lists. LFG. On the play. Yes. Well, I have a Yawgmoth on turn 3, but I have nothing else. Which means it's probably a very sketchy keep. I have an Arbor and a Nurturing Peatland, so it's very enticing with those effect lands. Yawgmoth is much more powerful when you actually have creatures in play though, which I don't. I'll keep it though, we'll see. I think it probably might be wise to mulligan though. Should be an option in Mono to put Arbor Elf under your other forests. That'll be extremely funny. Oh, Glimpse. To play Yawgmoth, but it appears better to play Yawgmoth and Arbor. Grease and Arbor. Could kill the plants, they have a smaller cascade, but probably not good. If I play Yawgmoth, what is the upside? Already floated the mana, but I'm gonna play something anyways. What I have learned from watching demonic tutors playing Yawgmoth is the secret to winning is your opponent's ponting. Okay. If we play Yawgmoth and we draw a undying creature, that's easier to draw another undying creature, I guess. The upside of Greece is that we have more monsters. They also play Fury, don't they? Play Fury. Against Fury, I think I will agree. Also avoided top decking a Verdant Catacombs. Demonic Tutor steals his opponent by being the slowest player on MTGO. Damn. Tireless Provisioner. Probably gonna kill this. Guess you're gonna use Yawgmoth to put counters on it, right? Can draw Chord of Calling, so I probably should play like this. And sacrifice the Arbor. It's kinda weird, but makes sense in a way. Can play Peatland to be able to cycle it on their turn. So I have, only 2 lands after that, but I think it's fine. Also I have only 2 spells in my hand and they're both useless. Copies of an extra copies of the same legendary creature. I was having a punt today and yesterday. I don't know what's that. Also, during the tournament this weekend, I bought 8 weeks and I wanted to eat it, but then I forgot where I put it and I couldn't find it till today. Still don't know where it is, which means it might be somewhere in my bag. Maybe I'm gonna find. Maybe I. No, it's not legal in my bag. Not legal. It's not in my bag. It is legal. Alright, we're gonna cycle this. Which Twix is better, the right one or the left one? It's the same thing. Hmm. Gurin. No, Gurin Black. Val. Gurin. Strangleroot. Sacrifice put counter. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sacrifice put counter. Very curious. Sacrifice put counter. Where is my chord of calling, bros? I cannot find it. Il passaggio è clue, probably unwise though. Is the stream really Yorion free? Yeah. I actually sold my Yorions. I don't have Yorions on Magic Online anymore. Sure. I think it's pretty bad for like the cascade cards not doing anything. It's pretty poor aspect of it. Sometimes you just cascade to nothing. Well, sometimes you do this. I don't know, is it even good enough? How was my weekend? It was pretty nice. I had a nice time playing in a tournament of Magic the Gathering cards. I wish to sacrifice the insect to put a counter on Stranglewood Geist when they killed my Yawgmoth, probably. Goblin Dunk Memers. Hmm. Is there another upside to the glimpse of tomorrow deck rather other than enjoyment levels you might be getting out of doing that? 'Cause I think gameplay wise, not quite, right? People put cat combo in the glimpse deck, yeah. I think I've seen that. Also seen people put cat combo in rhinos. Just also interesting. Yorion rhinos. Which you wouldn't see on this stream. Yeah, but you resolve glimpse and randomly just win instantly sometimes with no way to interact. Well, you can, for example, counter glimpse. Is glimpse the best cascade deck specifically in games where the opponent has zero interaction? I'm not sure about that. I think living in is better because you've got interaction and living in, right? You can just grief and force your opponent's spells too, which is good against interaction, against anti-cascade interaction. Is pretty valid against everyone has cards in hand, especially since grief returns from the graveyard and discards the card again. Why don't we die here? What we do right now? What all three Omnas see all the lands? Or two Omnas specifically? Well, that because they model bug. When there's many Omnas triggering at the same time, it doesn't work properly. Could you use crime punishment versus the tokens? You want to use Necromantia and Thoughtseize for sure though. Scavenging Ooze seems not good. Endurance, irrelevant. Grease, not so good. Doesn't seem very relevant. Let's cut one of each greased. And I can play some scrappy plants, so I guess I'll keep two greased arenas. I can cut. I think it's a Fury deck, so maybe a Dark. One Yog out. What? No, you don't cut Yawgmoth, it's pretty crucial. Pretty crucial at winning the game. Actually, let's have under grease because I can get Furied. If I just have mono Dorks, I'm gonna cut two Dorks. I think I can play white bordered Birds of Paradise too. Aswan Boseju, maybe. Eros Messenger looking really nice alongside those forests. Send Thoughtseize and plays a 2-1 haste. Send Endurance Pad versus GDD. I think it's not partly relevant. I don't want it. Like, I don't think it's really what's gonna break the game, make or break the game. He has very little relevance. I'll mulligan this. This looks better. I think I need to put back Chord of Calling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And gonna need to draw the land. Let's take us one Yawgmoth away from winning with a Thoughtseize. I think your 7 was good. I couldn't cast my... Let's see, Soldra. I couldn't cast my cards in that hand. The messenger is triple black and I had 2 forests. I could have cast it, and I think I would have been okay keeping. Can still make a land drop play Fotsis this turn. Also, they only cascade into 3 permanents, so that's kind of fairly non-threatening. I had 2 forests in my hand, friend. I see you failing to understand that concept. Kinda got me good. Guess you can maybe try to draw a land. Maybe have a second one. Be funny. Well, you know, it's 2 for 0 for a young wolf, but well, it's 2 for 1. You trade for the young wolf, right? Also, like, take your opponent's ability to draw infinite cards, so that seems pretty good too. Nice. Wymienił stryjek, siekierkę na kijek. Yeah, play another one because obviously they have another one. And they're going to hit freelance again, and then they're gonna play an agent. No, seasoned Pyromaster. Okay. And I assume I should win. No. Right, I want to draw. Well, do I? Do I want a 2-2 to trade? No, I really want to draw. I really want to find a land, right? Yeah, well, it's kind of sketchy. Because you want blockers? Okay. Well, so they have one card they're gonna take to go to 11. They attack me down to... They probably play nothing. I think I can take the turn off to Necromantia them. Unless they get a zombie, then I'm gonna die the zombie. So I really hope they don't have Glimpse in their hand, but they would have pitched it for... instead of Omnath, probably. Also, chat, how would you feel if song request wouldn't be a daily thing? But rather, for example, I don't know, a few times a week, 3 times a week. Not every day. With some cards. Because it is kind of true that sometimes the requesters get bogged down in their own requests and they just run out of ideas and just request the same song over and over. And then there's no variety. For example, we listen to this Weep Coroner song for the third time today, I guess. Oh no! Free to fly are broken. Can you assemble a combination? One, two, three, four. Get Yawgmoth. Sacrifice Yawgmoth, put a counter here. Sacrifice this, it comes back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not enough. Play this. Get Blood Artist. How do you make a combination of only three? Well, with Blood Artist. I think you just got to go for it. Go for what though? What does it mean? Go for it. Yeah, you can card for Bird and block the Wave Sifter. You could even play the Hierarch. I bought it out Endurance. I'm gonna draw 2 cards so that make 2 tokens. Play this, and you can card for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, x2, no problem. So we could get a Strangleroot Geist. -1, -1. Proliferate? Proliferate is probably not Gucci now. I think that works. Next time I can find this Blood Artist. Card for Warden, not in my deck. Okay, they make the tokens, which is good for me, cover me, I guess. So attack with all, we block, block, block. Card for Yawgmoth. Sack Yawgmoth. Sack Ignoble. We almost had lethal for card with card for Hapatra. Yeah, but I only have 3 lives, so I can only activate. Wait, card for Hapatra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then go to. Then we have Hapatra. We sacrifice monster. We go to 2. We like put a counter, make a snake. 1, 2, 3. Not enough life to. Yeah, we can. We are missing. Like if this was a normal land, I think it would work. But since it's a nurturing peatland, it's a little bit of a problem. The pain from this is a little bit. Does add up. Cording for Warden. Yeah, but I don't have Cord in my deck. Well, I have Cord. I don't have Ward in my deck. Also, I don't play Hapatra. I do. Did I brought her out? No, she's in my deck. Well, Stream Decker is lying because it's just, you know, it is. Chcesz zastąpić plik Yawgmoth plikiem Yawgmoth? Chcę. Where's Apatra in the deck? What? I figured it out. Actually, it doesn't work. If I get Young Wolf right now. So I'm gonna get the bird. Why not Court for Blood? Because I save more life this way, I think. And we can reset the Strangle Root. We didn't see any shocks in their deck, I don't think so. Don't worry. Wait, was it actually proper? No. Evolve into Blood Artist. No, evolve this into Blood Artist. Well, we already passed upkeep. Why upkeep? What does upkeep do? Oh, their upkeep with this. Wall. Well, but we need to play the wall. Sacrifice the door. Can we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, that works. So we can play the wall. Maybe sacrifice the guys. That's better. Well, this is the same. If we tap the Ignoble. Put a counter on Wall of Roots. I'm gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Eldritch Evolution. Yeah, yeah. The Yawgmoth tricks are pretty weird at times. If you one shot, you just do it the other way around. Artist first, Wolf second. Well, that's the way I did it. I don't think they had an instant speed interaction, just the Furies. Yeah, they literally can't do anything. Going to keep Yawgmoth on top because he looks more menacing this way. They can have endurance, I guess. But they don't. Right, managed to emerge victorious. Alchemy Blood Artist would be one less target. Will they actually make Blood Artist not target? I didn't know. I played with it. I played with the Alchemy make a Blood Artist token in preparation. Where Blood Artist another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, Alchemy to opponent over player. That's pretty nice. There's like, I guess, no good reason for it to target yourself ever, right? Maybe I want Scavenging with my deck to have a life gainer TBH. Training Wheels Artist. Yeah. I think we're fine without that against their deck. Yeah, I know that if they have Leyline, then things happen, but turn 3 Necromantia, but I want the draw and I don't have the mana for it. Okay, that works. I want 3 lands, I'll put back 1 Yawgmoth. Cancel, did you ever use a robot arm to open your silent bottles? Never, no. Decent draw. I'm going to lead on Ignorable Hierarch, but not so ignorable when turn 2 Necromantia follows. Yeah, I did that board out the bears, even though I destroyed that bears plus Necromantia is indeed a combination. How many zombies, chat? Tomorrow. Yes? I think so. No zombies. Imagine if they cyborged rhinos in. Also have 5 minutes. What? They don't have the third lands. I guess they're kinda screwed. They don't draw it. Did I know that Lil Base God plays a curse on Kevin Durant? I actually did. As I listened to that curse being cast many times on this very stream. Don't fury me, bro. No fury. No, no. Can still die to hardcast fury, although like I'm gonna draw enough cards, so it's probably not super relevant. Would like to make a land drop. Seems better than the bird. Of Dread up available. I'll wait now. I don't feel compelled to act. Hey, I just discarded this. Okay, no fetch. Easy. So I guess end of turn you can fetch the yard. Get Geralfs. Did I mess it up because I have fetched? So we have to pay. No, we get Geralfs, they go to 11, and we sack the then it's like two life of me for 2 life of them, but they have lower, so it's okay. Yeah, seems okay. Might have endurance in hand. So that's probably okay. Okay, they think it's okay. 2 minutes 47 seconds. Time flies when you play Yawgmoth. You ain't much. Sloppy Sanchez. Damn combo. Although no place on 1 and 2 mean that it's probably not a good keep, so I'll mulligan. On the draw especially. Explain what a sloppy Sanchez is, please. I actually have no idea. Well, keep and reap. Maybe I was supposed to, especially if I knew that my 5 would look like this. Keep. I'm gonna play Strangleroot guys into Grease and hope it's enough to kill my opponent, but maybe I should have kept the Wolf to go Wolf into Geist. Then have outs to Yawgmoth. How is the Baron matchup? Life payment kinda stanchy. Cancer looks like Harry Potter. I for sure do, yeah. Undoubtedly. A block. Say a Harry Potter line. I actually don't know any. Like I read the books in Polish and then I watched the movies in with Polish dub on them, so I don't know how they go in English. You need to preserve lifestyle with undying. Yes, I attempted to do that by blocking this monastery Swiss spear. Five damage attacking. Doesn't seems not to be like quick enough to not play the grease here. I remember they said koniec psot when they wanted to turn off the map. The one that tracked everyone, the surveillance map. Koniec psot. One, two, three, four, five, six, eight. Can kill in 2 hits, I guess. Technically. They somehow cannot deal 4 damage to me despite missing land drops. Rainbow Rob 05. Thank you very much for your subscribe, Rino. In Italian, it's fatto il misfatto. Damn. I know in Italian joke where you can get someone, which I told multiple times on stream, but I just really like it, where you say Dove Luca, and they ask who? But in Italian, I don't know how is who in Italian, and you say Lucazzo, which is kind of look at these notes, yeah. Can have cards, but honestly, it doesn't seem like I want to. No cards seem good. Can Necromantia Lightning Bolt? Which is interesting, but not very good. Maybe something is better than Endurance. 3/4 creature might be playable. This hand Takes damage. Can play one Force of Vigor, it's fine. I guess I can play Rolling Vortex, block life gain. I don't know how relevant I got the Liberator over Endurance. I think this hand against Baron does not get there. This is a better version of the previous hand. It's fine to bother out 1 to 2 Peatlands against Baron. I think the Peatlands have been pretty painful. Like 2 games in today. Just took a lot of damage from the Peatlands and was already not PogChamp. Was already in trouble because of that. You know what doesn't deal damage to you? Basic Takenuma. Yeah, Takenuma doesn't deal damage to you. Draw the guys. Can block and attack them for 2, then for 4. So this is kind of good racing, I think, if I block. I got to 18. Can also not block and attack for 1 and shock in and play blocking Strangleroot guys. Or you can block and shock it in and still attack and play the Strangleroot guys. Well, you'd block, but then would you attack? They did lead on Sunbaked Canyon, which means it's probably their less like that they only have Sunbaked Canyons in hand, so attacking them seems fairly valuable, TBH. Yeah, let's raise, like, because they led on this. It's gonna take so much damages. Tapland play Wolf. Yeah, also an option, but I don't know. They just led on this. They're gonna take 1 or 2 damage per turn from their lands. Because that's like either a one land, like you lead on this if it's a one lander only, or if you have multiple, if you only have 2 canyons. So if they have a one lander, it's also good to attack them. That means they have lots of burn spells, so give them burn spells, so give them less time by attacking. Oh yes, Overgrown Tomb, bro. What are the top exports of Poland? I actually don't know. What does Poland do? I googled what does Poland export, and the result says that the top Polish exports are vehicle parts, seats, other furniture, cars, and electric batteries. Interesting. Yeah, this sounds pretty sloppy, Mr. Sanchez. What cars are made in Poland? Maluchy kiedyś były. No tak, to nie wiem, jakie teraz są auta. Sure. Polones. Yeah, but they don't make them anymore. For years. Ford Ford, yeah. I know, I assume Maluch was made in Poland. That was a classic Polish car. Fiat 126. Very small. Nicknamed Maluch, which means the little one. Guess it was little. On the fiery islet, my Hapatra is dead. We can draw a lot of cards, but I don't think we want to. Do I know what Fiat stands for? I don't. Fabbrica Italiana Automobili Torino. CC. Call of Duty. I'll just pass. Not called to commit any land drops. Not to commit any life points for no reason. Wasn't fermati idiota, abbiamo tamponato. Probably not. Sloppy Sanchez. Let's Google Sloppy Sanchez in the meantime. Sloppy Sanchez Urban Dictionary. Sloppy Sanchez, like a dirty Sanchez, but you stick your finger. Hmm. Interesting. Most difficult deck to play optimally in Modern? Yes. Can proliferate on them too. Yeah, I can proliferate again. Helix, I go to 8. Like we go. Proliferate again. Pow pow. I guess if they responded to proliferate with the Helix, it wouldn't actually beat that, but then you can do some actions. Sub the Liberator over the Endurance, given the weak Endurance performance. Although you can Endurance yourself for like the chord cheapening synergies, so maybe let's keep it. And on the draw, let's cut the peatland because I really don't want to peatland. Yeah, and it can be down a land. I think that 4-color elemental seg is still good for modern. I think it's a very medium deck. If you're looking to maximize your win rate, I think you can do much better. than this. I think the Yorion decks don't perform because they're kind of shit. That's my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Nice hand. We have Yawgmoth, Dork, Geist, everything. Although on the draw you can just die. Oh wait, it's not a regular forest. I thought it's a regular forest. Almost. I was planning on playing it turn one to play my Dork, so I was almost got myself. Gabnasiv style. For any cards haven't played Kahira, yeah. Well, like to clarify, I mostly have an issue with the Yorion decks. Not quite with the card Yorion itself. I think that card is very strong, as it is a companion, a strong companion. But what I have an issue with is the Yorion decks and how unbearably passive they place themselves, and how it's impossible for them. Like they position themselves in a way where they need to answer everything, and then they can't answer everything because it's not possible to fit that many cards into your 10 card sideboard. Taking heavy damage. This game is not looking good, bros. I think we are suffering from a fatal case of being on the draw yet again. Rest in peepees. Okay, they have one card. Well, rest in peepees, kinda strong. What to play? What to play? Can play wall. Wall greased. Red Arbor. Seems better because Yawgmoth doesn't do anything. Can maybe meal 3 grease in a row and get 3 insects. No, never lucky. Never insects. Can even draw a scavenging goose for life gain now though. That's a pain. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So life gain wise, I guess it's a blood artist. No, it doesn't trigger enter rest in peace. Well, we can get the destroyer of this. I guess. I have 6 life only, I guess 2 cards. So maybe play Yawgmoth. And Strangleroot guys and plus. Because it costs more mana. Then next turn look for what? Well, look for both Blood Artist and I don't know what else. Like it's kind of too many creatures to assemble, but maybe with lots of tokens, if we draw cards, we can get somewhere. We need both Blood Artist, kill the rest in peace. Scavenging Goose afterwards can gain life per creature killed somehow. Fuck Kevin Durant. Yes, Milde Peatland. I love Folklore Index too. Sad emoji. Sad to see the creator of the list saying they're in a bad spot in the format. Yeah, I think there is a chance they will always like. I don't know. I think there's a chance they always kind of sucked though. So if you enjoyed them earlier, then I think you can enjoy them at the same level of enjoyment. But I think I, as a person, has grown past that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't have anything to draw, even if I draw chord. Opponent gave me sloppy Sanchez. Was pretty rough, honestly. Can you draw Boseju plus something? No, well, I can gain life off of anything to not die to this, but I guess that was also a thing to remember the Boseju. Maybe, well, not really on my turn. What would make Folklore come back to a top spot? Well, that's just my argument. I think it never was on at a top spot. It was always like kind of not played too much. It was perceived to be in the top spot, but I think it actually wasn't. Mirrorino. As the mirror, I assume on the play I am going to be fairly advantaged. If I play Hapatra now, I can just kill my opponent creatures. What's the actual top deck then? Murktide? Yeah, Murktide and Living End. Just like the default best ones, and the of which Murktide is the grindy one, so people are gonna like it. Fuck insect, okay. What's up with the main deck? Outland Liberator. That does not appeal to me, but I could see it appeal to someone. You can play Dryad Arbor, maybe we should. Let's go. And get the swamp and not cry. Have strangled guys evolution in my hand, so maybe. What would be the best deck against Living End when playing Hammer? A sprinkle of many different hates will be the best. Not a single card. Only 2 days left to qualify for Maltraders Pioneer. I never understood the Pioneer tournaments. The Maltraders tournaments, so I never bothered really thinking about them much. Void Mirror slash Lavinia. Again, a mix of different types of hate would be the best. So if you have one Soul Guide Lantern, one Chalice of the Void, one Void Mirror, one the Chalice and Void Mirror kind of roughly the same. One Lavinia, one Meddling Mage. I guess two Lavinia, same thing. One Dranith Magistrate. This type of stuff. Yeah, 2 Tefaris, 2 Spell Pierces, and then they are attacked from many angles, and it's hard for them to cover all of the angles. Oh, we got endurance. LFG, bros. Couldn't you have killed the damage, messenger the damage on the stack? What does it change? Like, why is that better? It seems the same to me. It will still eventually resolve and deal 2 to me. It's hard to kill the messenger with -1/-1 counters. Well, good thing I drew the endurance then. Because I was actually thinking that I'm going to kill it. No, well, it still was good for me to do. But I plan to put counters on it, which is obviously dumb. But I plan to sacrifice 2 snakes to put 2 counters on this, let it die, and then I put 3 counters on it and dies. But obviously it came back again. That would be very costly. So what I was supposed to do is sacrifice it, make it so that it returns with a +1/+1 counter, and then Grease sacrifices it with a +1/+1 counter already. Grease sacrifices on the resolution of the ability rather than as a cost, so it responds. What set is the full art forest from? Midnight Hunt. Or the second one, actually, I don't know. Crimson Valley, I think it's a bot. Murderous Cat seems like a useful tool in the mirror. Maybe Necromantia is a useful tool in the mirror, because how does this deck win without Yawgmoth? Not sure. Seems pretty tough, but I don't know if it's a good sideboard card. Endurance Sanjiku seems great. Endurance not really. Maybe have one for tutorage. And now with the allowed to cut in this deck, so I'm going to remove dorks from my deck and become slow. Well, I don't want to be slow on the draw. Let's get a card. Windmill. Great hand. If by great, I would mean medium. Amol. Well, let's keep, I guess. Endurance decent, especially on the draw. How do you plan on using it? Fetch it to break your opponent's movements, or is the free for flash monster actually useful? Doesn't seem like the creature aggro would be very relevant. Mostly the Yawgmoth stuff. Although I guess if they get exiled, it can come down to that. But pretty unlikely that both players get their Yawgmoths exiled. Damn. One Landerino. So if I want to grease -2, then I want to play Christ. On turn 3 if I want to grease skill. Which I probably will if they... Well, they probably will play more stuff, obviously. Necromancia. Well, we get a zombie. If we're going to look at the bright side of life. I mean, I killed the wall. Attack them for 5. So they're pretty likely to just die. Oh no, guys, kill my grease. That's fine. We have another one. Could get Dryad Arbor and kill the Birds of Paradise, but I don't have confidence. Well, this just trades for both of those. So you get to plus. I think we need to attack. Also, when we attack, their Yawgmoth becomes weaker too, so it's also an upside. Maybe you want to fetch Dryad Arbor first, not to mill it. TBH. Seems like I wouldn't want to give that up. Never lucky, never more greased. Two guys Terinos. Hmm. Oh, two creature cards in my graveyard, so I can just... I think plussing seems the best. Two alt greased. Like, if we kill bears, we can do that, but... Two creature cards in my graveyard. Well, plus first to see attacks, but if I think first I should decide if I want to plus in general, right? I guess we put the creatures in graveyard. Two creature cards, maybe thirds. Can kill their overgrown tomb and give them an overgrown tomb. If it's not very useful, but it's possible. No creature meal sad. So attack with all. If Okay, I want to ult grease and I need to block. Yeah, I know that it counts itself. But even then, like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they have 7 life. So I attack with those 3. They have 2 blockers versus the Geists. They trade for token, they take 4. Should be fine to attack with all, yeah. I'm trading them for damages, right? Because make sure that my opponent's gonna die to this. Zombie token comes from Necromancia. They have Eldritch Evolution, it's also weaker for them because now their guys are already undead. They could grease, play grease, minus on my grease. They miss landers, it's probably gonna be easy. My Baron game 1. What was that I did badly on game 1? It was the messenger, but I guess, well, I guess it kinda, I don't know, it made sense, their play made sense still, even though the Hapatra could have pop out. I have time for one more match before I have to go. But I have to go for my Pioneer Gaming chat. Can I strategy become elite at Explorer? I did not know. Is it already on Arena? Is the queue already up? Giganta? With no dork? Giganta probably Tron. I go Young Wolf, they go Map. I go Land, they go Crack. I go Grease, they go Karen. I keep. I have Bosseggio actually. Let's play 12 my turn 1. Match in the Worlds 2023. Canister MTG is working towards the final stable. Streamed live on Twitch, 250k viewers. Doja Cat newest Bob is playing on Blast. Canister sits down, unpacks his 2 cats and dog out of backpack and says GG and your go-to is up. Chat goes wild. 250k viewers, huh? What is this? Giganta Serum Visions. Underworld Breach? I think Underworld Breach? Lotus? Some kind of a combo deck. GDS with Spiral Canal. Yeah, sure, bro. Good draw. Storm, I guess, could be. Oh no, they played a triple toughness guy. Quick, forget your exalted trigger. No, I don't want to. I want them to block the 1-2 with a 1-3. Nice. SSC Doja Cat of MTG streamers. I'll take that as a compliment, although I don't know what do you mean by that. Okay, we want to play around Dreamland, so I'm gonna start doing moves and then we're gonna see where they lead me. We're just gonna include Evoking Endurance. Those are not good draws. I guess we can proliferate and keep the endurance if my hand is this bad. Do I want to proliferate on the wolf even though? I can play Grease afterwards. Plus. So I don't want to put a counter on the wolf, I think. Yeah, that seemed like an okay way to play the turn. Attack for 2 and hopefully do something next turn. If they start storming, we can endurance them. Czemu się nie skręciłeś messengerem w tej turze? No bo nie wiem jak, byku, byś to zrobił. Or alternatively, as I was saying, I was playing around Remand too. No to będzie sorry manda, pyku. I byś umarł od stwora na stole. Now we're going to evolve for the messenger. They say don't shoot the messenger, but I will search for it. They remain, we have endurance still. And they don't cast gifts. Canister stream is just like NG cause Canister is Shinji cause he's angry and scared. Touche. But true. Nikt nie gra Raymondem, nikt nie gra Raymondem, nie, no remand, no. Yeah, no one plays remand, yeah. We got a second insect, bros. Which is very nice. Maybe I could have tried to make some moves and try to find a cord, but I don't think the cord can lead anywhere really. And right now I'm killing my opponent next turn with damages. We can kill a monster if they play a monster, and you can endurance the graveyard if they play past, so seems like I shouldn't lose, but maybe they can still storm into a grave shot big enough to clear the board. Then I draw a lot of cards. On board lethal now. I mean next turn. Now if it's available now, then I have to admit I don't see it. Well, it's kinda annoying. Is it important to draw more cards, or is having more life actually better? Probably more life is better. They also even sack the wolf. They have another ritual because I think stopping it is really important, and the greased is ready to deal damages. Court for calling. Also the Dryad actually. So they have the 5th creature. So probably should fetch the Dryad. Not to draw it. But better lucky than good, I did not. Ray or Asuka. Misato is not an option. Get your votes in. Alright, let's make a poll. Who? Ray. Asuka. Start ball. Against Storm, I think Fotsy seems nice. Endurance is probably relevant. I don't care for goblins. I have an infinite combo in my deck. I think we can cut down on grease, although you can grease the monster, so it's a little bit questionable. We can cut Harapatra, maybe Cord. Eldritch Evolution against 3 man. I actually don't want that. Yeah. Can also Necromantia, but I don't know what you'd even name against Storm. Cripples them. We ramp a lot. I'm gonna top deck Yawgmoth. After cutting 2 Eldritch Evolutions, obviously. Hmm. So you're gonna have 7 mana on turn 3, so it's virtually thrown. Could have kept Endurance up in my hand, but I think I would not. Should have tapped the Ignobles. What would be really funny if there ever was a Devotion deck with Giganta as its companion. That would be really silly, chat. Just that thought occurred to me that would be really silly, right? Just that, just really silly. I don't know what they're doing, but I guess not much is the answer. Neither do I. This is a weep question, assuredly, yeah. Don't want to draw a Dryad Arbor, so I guess I'll fetch it. Good draw. Like only 1 drops and the new CMC free cards that count as free devotion. Yeah, exactly. That would be great. Can recast through remand. No, we can't. Damn, I thought so. Thought that we'll have that. Do you have another reminder? If not, you have no graveyard, buddy. I don't, but I have another gifts ungiven. No. That probably beats me, I assume. Storm 6. Ultimate price, thank you for your subscription. Is it the first cast of the past? Lavender gifts, okay. Yeah. So maybe I don't know much. Maybe I named something. Evolution seems super bad against those remands though. Maybe I name remand. I don't know, what if I name Graveshot? Like, would it have the goblins in their deck even? Vegan Justice XTV. Thank you for your Prime Gaming sub. If they play Wish, that'll be, kinda rough for me. I didn't see Wish. Thank you for the sub. One more sub and we get the scam train chat, so brace yourselves. PogChamp we got there. Let's fetch my Mirrodin Forest and play Ignorable Hierarch. We name Grapeshot or Pass in Flames. What do you think, Chad? Let's name Grapeshot. Maybe they don't have 8-second win con. No, they play Wish. Useless. Literally freaking useless. They have named Pass, but they can wish for it too. Although that means that they're... Yeah, well, I assume they have a Grapeshot on the sideboard with Wish in their deck. Don't you assume so? The Grapeshot costs 3 more now? Yeah, well, but it's not a problem if they go off with gifts, right? Oh shit, they also can go off with Giganta. You go another black. Can get a 2-drop. It's kind of useless. Hey, Scavenging Ooze is not useless. TBH. But I attacked for 1. It was too important. Well. Giganta actually OP. Chad, I'm losing the creature battle to Storm. Companions were a mistake. Nice deck. Mistake was not registering 1. Sure. They played Wish. Puts Wish in their hand with Sling Division. Alright, opponent. I assume they have another grapeshot. I believe that they do. The speed and confidence they did that with was convincing. I'm gonna be finishing the league, finishing the stream for today. But first, we got a reactionary Andrew. Batman 2022 Adam West edition. Who's Adam West? Amerykański aktor znany najbardziej ze swojej roli w kampowym serialu Batmanie z lat 60. Aha, Batman taki stary. That was funny. I just mixed with the new Batman trailer or parts of the trailer, parts of the movie. That's pretty comedic. Very funny. Is Yawgmoth broken? Pretty sure it's a good deck. Broken. I don't know, but it seems like the players who put in time and effort to master Yawgmoth are rewarded with tournament results. So I am interested in putting a little bit of time and a little bit of effort in doing that myself. And for today, that is all. Finishing the stream now, and I will send you over to Cap Nassif. Maybe he's playing Tameshi, which is an interesting deck. So see you tomorrow and stay hydrated, bros, and etc. Peace.